Heaven's Ward over here. So let's get started. Let's get started. Okay, hang on a second. I want to test something. Okay, yeah, okay, that's good. That's good.
The dawn's light will shine again.
The dawn's light will shine again.
So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything. You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Wait, what? Okay, got it.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchefort.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortin. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man, and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Begin anew.
Here, here!
Here, here. Alphino and Tataru. Everybody else is gone. Da 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 da. They say the winds can be rather fierce on the steps of faith. Be sure to wrap up before we go. Not on all the circumstances under which I had hoped to visit Ishgard for the first time, but so be it. You must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the gates of judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names and they will allow you to pass. My manservant will be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor where we shall meet again. Until then. Alright, let's go. This is awesome. Coming to Ishgard. Here it is. My first steps into Heaven's Ward. Oh my goodness, this feels momentous. This feels like it was a long time coming. I've been working really hard for this. I have been working really hard for this. This is the best, well, one of the best expansions that 14 has ever put out. Heaven's Ward is so good. It's so loved by everybody. Wards of House Fortemps. Ah, yes, you may pass. Proceed to Ishgard? Yes. Show me Ishgard. Show me the city.
And so they came, at a friend's behest. Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts,
Yes.
they came.
Yes. With hope in their hearts. Amazing. 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 After finishing Endwalker, the fact that so much of this dialogue lines up with what happens in Endwalker, mwah, chef's kiss. Absolutely astounding.
To Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses.
Ooh.
A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace.
Damn. 1,000-year war with dragons. This is so good. Oh my gosh.
Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmund de Fortemps, Heaven's Word. Heaven's Word. Oh man, here it is. This is it. I cannot believe this. This is amazing. I am here for Heaven's Word. Heaven's Word, baby. We're here. We're ready to go. We're ready to show. We're ready to tell. We're ready to slay. We're ready for the day. We're ready to keep them at bay. From afar, the spires did not seem so tall. Gods, I feel like a child in a giant's castle. Greetings, Master Shocker. On behalf of House Fortemps, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. My lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars. If you would all come with me. Here we go. This is it. It is time. It's time to go. It's time to get this. I'm gonna attune to this aetherite. Look at this. I'm gonna attune to an aetherite in the next expansion of Final Fantasy XIV. This is it. We're doing it. Attuning. Ball! No ball? Okay. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I get to attune to all the little aetherites now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna attune to the aetherites. This is so awesome. This is so cool. Like Cartman. This is so cool. Sweet. This is sweet. This is so awesome. There we go. Access to the broom, whatever that is. I gotta get my headphones working so I can hear this better. I had to turn down the main volume on my computer so that there's not this big echo whenever stuff happens. So, this is a person that made it through ARR. That is somebody that made it through A Realm Reborn. All of these people are people that made it through A Realm Reborn. How could I not say hi to them? You know what I mean? Like, these people have this in common with me. These people are so passionate about this game that they made it all the way through A Realm Reborn. If that's not a ticket onto my good side, I don't know what is. Ooh, a dark spectacle. Ooh, there are things here. There's aetherites. The tribunal. I'm gonna get all these aetherites. I can hardly believe it. House Four-Tenth's granting patronage to a common sellsword. Well, should I chance to meet this ragamuffin, I will say to him good day. So everybody's heard about us. What's your sign? Oh, astrologian. Isn't there housing in Ishgard too? I think there's housing in Ishgard too. May Halone bless you as she has blessed me this evening, sir. Oh, if only you could have seen the wondrous temptations she saw fit to place before me in the jeweled crozier. Lord Eldrick. I need more ventures. Okay, cool. Let's get back to it. Let's get this Heath right. Walking the streets of Ishgard at last, what a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I have waited for this day. Allow me to present you my family home, Fortom Manor. I would like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions must be made. Yes.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
Okay, I'm gonna stop messing with this.
I hope your journey was not too taxing. I, Count Edmond de Fortom, do bid you welcome.
Count Edmond de Fortom do bid you welcome. Edmond de Fortom.
As wards of House Fortom, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
Man, these people are rich. These people are Gucci. These are the...
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortom.
the bourgeoisie people here.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
So glad that they're being hospitable. Hospitable. It's very nice. Very cool. Da 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 da. So this is what the inside of the manor of a high house looks like. To think that Lord Hoshafal was raised here. As I said before, my home is your home. After all you have done on our behalf, it is the least I can offer. We have a house now. Greetings, Scion, and welcome. We are honored by your presence. They'll be whispering about you soon if they aren't already. The mysterious guests of House 4 Tom or some such. Greetings, Master Shocker. How may I be of assistance? What do you do here? Me? Why, I am but a humble steward, sworn to House 4 Tom. I doubt you wish to hear the minutiae of my duties. Simply put, at the behest of my Lord Count, I manage household affairs. I have served at his pleasure for more than 50 years, and by the Fury's grace I shall serve for 50 more. Aww. The origins of House 4 Temps can be traced back to King Thordan and his Knights 12. Ours was one of the 4 founding houses of Ishgard. Accordingly, our interests extend far beyond the walls of city proper. Camp Dragonhead, for instance, is our responsibility. But as for the family, you have of course met my Count Edmund de Fortom, who is the head of our house. His 2 sons, my lords Arturel and Emaliniane, are next in line. May the Fury watch over and keep them from harm. As for those sworn to House 4 Tom, in addition to the knights, squires, and infantry, more than 100 craftsmen, retainers, and other servants possessed of notable skill are pledged to our service. Given our strong position, one might expect us to have no truck with foreign merchants and sell swords. However, nothing could be further from the truth. I should think that my lord the Count was quite clear on this point, but it was our hope that you and your allies would, by your deeds, help us convince the other high houses of the wisdom in opening the gates of judgment to all, among other things. More than anything else, though, I suspect he saw in you potential. Tell me about Ishgard. More than 1,000 years ago, Halone appeared before King Thordan, and I bade him lead his King Thordan the First, and bade him lead his people to the Promised Land, to the lands we now call home. And so the king and his knights 12 did as was commanded. They came to Coerthus to find a great kingdom in the Fury's name. But the great worm Nidhogg would not have it so. With hatred in his heart, Nidhogg sought out King Thordan. In the ensuing battle, the king and half his knights were slain, but his son Haldreth rallied the others and drove back the fell beast. Thus did the war between our peoples begin, the war between dragon and man. For 1,000 years Ishgard has stood against the Horde, and not once were our defenses breached, until the day Lady Iceheart's allies shattered our wards on the steps of faith. Though the wyverns were slain before they could breach, our defenses here, those in Foundation, were not so fortunate. Unarmed men, women, and even children remained to feel the Dravanians' wrath. Walls can be rebuilt, but lives lost can never be reclaimed. My lord the Count knows this all too well. Wow. Harshafal. So what do you think? Be honest, it's great, isn't it? It is an honor to have you with us, Master Shocker. Thank you. This is nice. Ew. Is that a new thing that I can wear? Oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Aww. I gotta wait a while for new gear. I'll do the money. Oh boy. Though our friends in House 4 Tom have been generous enough to extend us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper that we learn about our new home so that we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. Then there's the markets and taverns. We'll need to know where to shop and where to hear small talk. 'Twould seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall of course do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservant shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. Ah, but I grow forgetful in my dotage. There is something I must give you ere we part. The documentation is in order, I trust? Yes, my lord. What's this? Huh. Something in my hand. Those documents identify you as wards of House Fortom. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that you remain under the protection of House Fortom, but let us hope it shall not come to that. Rest assured that we will do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. Well, Tataru, the city awaits. Let's go. Do. I confess it had been a long dream of mine to visit Ishgard. To my childish self, her towers, bridges, and cobbled streets seemed akin to something from a fairy tale, and I have never quite outgrown the fantasy. So you're happy. Welcome, Master Shocker. Shall I show you inside the manor? I'm glad I have a map. As this is your first time in our fair city, pray permit me to show you the Hopland, from whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all other sights pale in comparison, 'tis only meet that you see at first. I shall then show you around the jeweled crozier, where you may purchase all manner of goods and services before descending to Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If there are no questions, we're gonna tour the town. We're gonna tour the city. I'm gonna have a quick break before getting really into this here, so I will be back in just a few minutes. Those of you watching on YouTube, remember to like and subscribe, and I'll be back with more next time. What's up, Electrons? We are back with more Final Fantasy XIV. And last time we took our first steps into Ishgard. We're getting a tour of the city now. Alphino and Tataru, our two friends. The Holy Vault, where Archbishop Thordan VII rules from on high. They're awfully fond of stones, aren't they? Hey, what if I took up sculpting? I bet you could make a fortune in a place like this, and we need every gil we can get. The Hoplon, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The Vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Begging your pardon, the statues to the south, are they perchance Thordan's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thordan I to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and tradition, and there is much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Now then, if you would follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I shall introduce you to Miss Elise, our master of the markets. Going this way. Jeweled Crozier. How are the retainers allowed in Ishgard? Well, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers. Which makes you all... Ah, wards of House Forton. How very interesting. Count Edmund has granted us leave to remain in Ishgard for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Accordingly, we will have need of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you are content to accept the custom of foreigners. Should you be uncomfortable? Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Weapons, armor, accoutrements, medicine, materials, whatever your desire can be found in a crozier. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you, as you shall soon see. Great, they accept Gil. Our next destination is the Aetheryte Plaza in Foundation, if everyone is ready. Not really, no. I was never really into Machinist. I'm sure I'd love it. I'm sure it's lots of fun, but I never gave it a chance, really. That's all of them. here we have Foundation's Aetherite Plaza. If you have yet to attune to the Aetherite, it would be wise to do so now. You don't think it's anything serious, do you? The tingling, I mean. There couldn't be something wrong with my anima, could there? That's so funny. She continues from where she left off. That is not for me. What the heck? Why is that there? That doesn't seem right. As for our next destination, mayhap we should decide together. What else could be found nearby? The Sky Steel Manufactory stands to the west. There, our engineers conceive and manufacture weapons for use against the dragons. The Holy Stables, where Chocobo are trained for war, also lie in that direction. To the north and east can be found the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly, while the south and west, well, it would be best if you avoided that area. South and west, huh? And why is that? I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphino. Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in our fumes. Who's that? You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord, but a humble traveler. Oh, come to see the sights, have ya? Take a turn down the Hopland and gawp at the statues? Well, if you have a mind to learn how do the better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Knight, if your nursemaid'll let ya. Jeez, the way the common folks speak in this game is so crazy to me. My humblest apologies, Master Alphino. Pray pay that drunken lout no mind. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Knight for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this well. There are few sources of information more abundant than a bustling local hostelry. Not that I expect to make any news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn of recent events? Then I'm coming too. You look like you could handle yourself, but can you handle the most ferocious fiends this side of the steppes? Only the best of the best are fit to join your clan Centurio. Not from Ishgard, are you? I'm from Ul'dah myself. Just come up to serve House Fort Tom. The name is Hammerich, lad, and captain of Ocean's Raiders, the finest company of sellswords that ever lived. Once more, I urge you to reconsider. There are several gentlemen who appear less than pleased by our presence. have not put any new gear on since days ago, man. It's been days since I changed my gear. Whew. Must say this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. We but recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with the more notable establishment. Master Gilbrant, just Gilbrant will do. And I'm flattered they think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but it's decent food and drink you're after, you could do much worse. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I could not help but notice the difference between those who frequent the upper and lower floors. Spotted that, did you? I appear you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty knights and so forth dropping in on their way or so from somewhere else. Regulars maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Brood, they tend to congregate downstairs where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits, all quality mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lowest levels, yes? Why do they call them the Broom, if I may ask? Because when the weather is foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. I see. It's not just the weather. When the wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the broom that got the worst of it, while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. More than a few people are still sore about that mine, which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you if you mean to go below, and something sharp in your boot just to be sure. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Alphino, I think it would be best if we return to Fortal Manor. You go on ahead without me. I'm staying for a drink or two. Miss Tataru, I am afraid that is out of the question. My lord the Count would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place, least of all a maiden. What are you up to, Tataru? Look around, Alphino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed, but will you be safe here on your own? Oh, please. Do you know how often I looked after the waking sands and the rising stones by myself? If I had a guild for every unwelcome caller I've driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine. Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. That settles it then. Tataru, Will, and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact by Lake Pearl if you require assistance. I will. I'm confused. house for Tom. Tell us then, Master Alphino, does Ishgard meet with your expectations? That which I imagined pales in comparison to the reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took, and when those steps took me past the scars left by the wyverns and Foundation, I understand how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating, the casualties unspeakable. The wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Aymeric has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There is much to be done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Mayhap we can be of assistance, my lord. After all you have done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. That is a most generous offer, Master Alphino. You are guests in my home, to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation, let or lien. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What do you ask of us? From what I have heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove most useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so on. As for you, Master Shocker, I could ask for no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a man with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed, to aid our Tyrell and Elaine in their duties. I beg your pardon. I am more than capable of carrying out my duty by myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Hold your tongues, by the Fury. The two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station and show Master Shocker the respect he deserves. This is the man who slew Gaius von Belsar and some half-dozen primals besides. He is not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand boy. If you can pardon them their impropriety, Master Shocker, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something from you. My guy still looks like he belongs in the set. Twould see we shall not want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance's sake. In truth, he is glad of this opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, House Fort Tom has taken a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth to Ishgard at large, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small, and so he would have us publicly serve Ishgard, while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. 'Tis an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something of our missing comrades. And as you go about helping our two lords with their various responsibilities, you will inevitably make new acquaintances in Ishgard and mayhap even new allies. The more I think on it, the more confident I am that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. Money. Da 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 da. Shall we be off then, old boy? Ah, but where are my manners? Emmeline de Fortom, second son of Count Edmund de Fortom. Trueborn, that is. Yes, I know what you're thinking, and you are absolutely right. What ill fortune to be born second in a society where the eldest inherits all. Oh, my brother would never cut me off, 'tis true, but who could be satisfied subsisting on a meager allowance, forever overshadowed by his sibling? Not I, old boy, not I. I don't understand what he's saying. Which is why I need your help to ensure that the business in the Sea of Clouds goes swimmingly, so that the tales of my great deeds can win me a place in the people's hearts, or better yet, raise me higher in the estimations of Arturel Ambitious, I grant you. What? Then I do have a legendary hero to do my bidding. Don't look at me that way. I jest. Anyway, we are to aid the good men and women of House Halenart. They have ever been steadfast friends to our house, though they've fallen on hard times since the calamity, poor blighters. As for what precisely we will be doing, well, what fun would it be if I told you everything in advance? Just come along with me to the airship landing. We'll need to take the airship to Camp Cloud Top. Great. I'm bored already. This is not exactly fun. I don't want to read this, man. Come on. Okay. I'm gonna give myself a break here. I've been going for like an hour. I don't know if I'm tired or what. I don't know. Been up for an hour. Been on this for an hour. Oh man. Okay, that made me feel a little better. Little better. I feel icky. I just had breakfast. Maybe I'm dehydrated. Maybe I need to go hydrate. I think I'll do that. I'll go hydrate, stretch my legs a little. I'll come back in a few minutes and continue. So I'll be right back. Okay, let's do some actual story here. I rehydrated. I had some more food. Let's go. Let us begin anew, Master Shocker. I am Sir Artoriel de Fortam, eldest son of Count Edmund de Fortam. I've got 2 drinks here. Got flavored water and coffee. I am equipped for the job, as it were. Ready to roll. Side quests. More side quests. Excuse me, adventurer. I would ask a favor of you on behalf of House Fortam. My lord is hosting a banquet and requests more attendants from other high houses. Take these invitations and see that they are delivered at once. Of course, he will likely not be granted an audience with the lords and ladies of the high houses. Leave these what the guards will do, but they must be delivered. Delivering invitations. Love it. What business have you with House Hyenard? An invitation to dine with House Fortam. My lord would be honored to attend, but I'm afraid he's quite busy at present. What with the breach of Ishgard's defenses and rising heretic activity. Can't rightly say he's too busy, though. That's for him to decide. You have my words that this invitation will be delivered. Oof. Heck of a drop. Abalathia's Spine, the Sea of Clouds. I remember this map very well.
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Sid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home. High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds, a frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. to a fledgling outpost. Within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, he came.
Awfully cold up here. I mean, Kurthus may be blessed with the warmest weather may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain that strong, silent persona all the time, you know. Never mind. We need to find Lady Linnaid, and she is in charge of garrison here. And when we find her, just follow my lead, yes? You're standing aboard the very first large-scale airship born of Ishgardian ingenuity, the Protector. This ship marked a monumental change in the war against the Horde. So it would have if we could get the bloody thing to fly. It seems for every malfunction fixed, 3 more take its place. I can only hope the war doesn't end before repairs are complete, if you can call that something to hope for. So this is a giant ship, they can't fly it? Very well. A sea of clouds. Camp Cloud Top. A duty far from fulfilled, I'm afraid. It would seem the dragons want nothing to do with this place, and so our time is mostly spent on the camp's upkeep. The Vanu Vanu have become a nuisance of late, but it's nothing we can't handle. This sleepy little camp is where we keep watch for impending Dravanian attacks. Just between you and me, though, the only ones stationed here are those deemed unfit for other tasks, if you catch my meaning. With the Dravanians primarily based on the other side of Ishgard, the most we're likely to see are dragon-shaped clowns. At least we keep busy with repairs to the Protector, but considering the lack of provisions or any real duties here, any self-respecting knight would do well not to be transferred here. Jeez, what a downer. If you seek Lady Linnaid, you can find her at the Rose House, down the stairs and follow the path. It's not far. Got an aetheryte to attune to. How do I attune to that? This way. Wonderful. Oh yeah, this is a lot. This is gonna be a lot. Master Shocker, welcome. I am Sir Linnae de Halyednart, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloud-Drop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and I shall ever remain so. Were it not for you, my younger brother, Francel, would have been executed upon the word of the false inquisitor. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus have I been unable to seek you out. By the grace of Halone, I have been granted an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and to call upon his generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again, my Lady Linnae. You cut an elegant figure as always, a steel-clad rose, look equally at home on a battlefield or in a ballroom. Lord Emmeline, if it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Master Shocker. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by the floating isles makes it ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us a ready target for attack. We are not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, as you have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Banu, with whom we have had several skirmishes already. No beastman is a match for a man of Ishgard. Bring me a birdman and I'll show him a thing or two. I fear much more may be asked of you in the days to come, Master Shocker. Very well. This is gonna be a lot of work. Holy crap. I don't know how much I'm willing to go through with this. I mean, I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna have to pace myself a bit here. I'm a little burned out. I think I'm gonna do some modeling. Alright, thank you for watching. Remember to like and subscribe. And I'll be back with more next time. Alright, let me take a step back here. Yeah. Take a step back. Um, why do I feel so, like, lacking energy? I feel like I should have more energy than this.
This is Blender, open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, visual effects. Did you guys know that in 2022, Blender was downloaded 17 million times? First of all, I load in the image reference first. Plugins that people have made, let the backsplash. And then God said, let there be light, which is the topic for this tutorial. Now we want to create the look of a morning kitchen countertop. Like you just woke up in the morning, the sunlight's coming in and it's warm and it's inviting. So we want to have some sunlight coming in from the left. Now we could take our default lamp here and turn it into a sun lamp and then try to angle it like that. But the reason that this looks so terrible is that one of the key components of natural light is not just the sunlight, but the skylight around it. Getting that the right shades of blue and white and the gradient as it goes towards the horizon. And that's actually quite difficult to do. But thankfully, there's a relatively newish feature in Blender which we can use. So rather than using any lamp at all, I'm going to delete the lamps so there is no light in my scene whatsoever. And instead, go to my world tab here. And then where we've got color, I'm going to click the little yellow dot and then select sky texture. And what this has added is, besides just the sky texture, it's also added in a sun lamp. So if I rotate around, we should see, look at that, real sunlight coming across it. Now it is very hot by default. So if you go to your render settings, underneath color management at the very bottom here, you've got an exposure slider, which you use actually quite a lot. You can see the lighting has stayed the same, and it doesn't have to re-render anything. This is purely just adjusting, the sensor essentially on your camera. And if you hold down Control, I usually just snap it to a -2. Now, back to the sky settings. So what this is, essentially, it's created the exact look of the sky, a real sunlight, that little sun disk over there, and everything will change depending on what you set, like the elevation, right? If you set it to be like really low in the sky, well, that's like morning light. And you can see it's changed everything to be like a warm look, right? So we got like really warm light over everything. And if you change it to be like noon, like the sunlight is coming directly above it, you can see it's a lot colder. And that's because as the sunlight goes lower in the sky, it's now passing through more of the atmosphere. So it's like decaying the light, and you get, you get like an orangey look. But as it goes more vertical, then it's a lot more clearer and cleaner. Anyway, it's a very cool setting that is relatively new in Blender. So I'm actually going to leave it at the default at around 15 degrees. The one thing I will change though is the sun size. So you get like really, like clean, hard shadows from the sun. And this sun size here, the reason for this very weird measurement, 0.545 degrees, is because it's actually the real sun size in relation to the Earth. But there are reasons for changing that, because if the sun goes through a cloud, then obviously the cloud is now lighting up and it's creating more of a dispersed look. So from the look of the camera, I usually just adjust this to be like a 2 or a 3, and it just makes the sun a little bit softer around the edges and a little nicer, at least according to me. Awesome. So, looks better, but now we have another problem, which is that the skylight is just bleeding in from all directions, right? Because obviously it would. So we need to create an enclosure around it to obviously act as an indoor space. And just before we do that though, whilst I was preparing for this tutorial, I noticed that the donuts are a little close to my backsplash here. And that matters because we're going to use depth of field later to make things that are behind it are like out of focus, but we can't really do that if it's too close to the backsplash. So I'm just going to increase the distance there and also just scale it up a little bit because now that it's in the background, otherwise you'll see like the corners actually appear in the render, which we don't want. So just make that a little bit bigger, move it up. Okay, that's pretty good. So essentially, you just want to have like 1, 2, 3-ish plate widths, I think will do it. But yeah, something like that. And I also now just want to make sure, just fiddling around with this now, but yeah, this has got to be positioned exactly on the plate as well. Awesome. Okay, so that enclosure. Obviously, to create that enclosure, we are going to be adding in a cube. So Shift A, Mesh, Cube. And I want to scale this down because although it is like a kitchen, right, nothing outside of the frame is going to be in the shot. So making it bigger than it needs to be is just going to add to the render times because then light has to bounce around those things and not good. So something scaled about that. I don't know, something like that. Now, really what I want it to do is just like that corner here, I want it to be locked to this point. Like I want to move it to that point. And previously in Blender, this was a really fiddly process. I would have to tap G and then Z, move it along that, and then try and time it here, and then tap G and then Y and move it. And it would never be exactly correct. It would always just be slightly off. Well, now there is a new feature in Blender, literally, that came in this release, 4.0, that has changed the game. So there was a bunch of snapping improvements, so I will show you them now. So it's actually easy to understand if you just go into wireframe mode. So if I tap G, so I'm moving my cube, if you hit B, it now enters you into a new state called snapping mode. So the first thing it's asking you is what is the origin of the object that you're moving that you want to be the snapping point. So essentially, as I mouse over this, you can see the cursor is changing. When it's a circle, that means it's going to snap to that face. If it is a crosshair, that's that edge. If it's a triangle, that's the middle point of the edge, which is sometimes useful. And if it's a square, then that's a vertice. So this is on the object that is selected right now, okay? So I obviously want that corner vertice, so I'm just going to do a single click there. Now, after I've clicked, you can see I'm able to select whichever point in the rest of the scene I want to snap it to. So just like, again, it's a square when it's a vertice. So when I'm on these faces here, right there, I'll do a single click. And there we go. So you can see it's perfectly aligned it with the bottom of that backsplash there. Now it is a little weird. I'll be honest. Like, maybe it's more weird because I've been using Blender for so long. Maybe beginners find it a little bit easier. But yeah, like the fact that you're in a move state, then you're hitting B, and you will be moving it, but it's in a snapping mode rather than a placement mode. It is a little weird. And also, just to make it even more complicated, you can hold down.
it would line up with Lawrence Fishburne. There it is with the brightness turned up. I love it. It's adorable. And the thing is, today, even in a low budget production, they would probably either just digitally paint it out or just do the whole thing as an effect. I've been on film sets before. I can tell you, they have to improvise little stuff like this constantly. My favorite all-time low-tech special effects shot happens in The Matrix. It's when they're going to see the Oracle and they're coming down the hallway outside of her place, and Morpheus says, "I can only show you the door. Only you can go through it." And Neo reaches for the doorknob and you get this wonderful reflection in the knob of Neo's hand and Morpheus standing there next to him. But to get this shot, there was a problem in that the camera was always visible in the reflection. Rather than digitally paint out the camera, they had to dress the camera in a little suit and a tie to match Morpheus.
That's true. So, with things getting heated in the Mantis Shrimp fandom, I had to...
Whew. Long day ahead of me.
Down Alt at any point and then middle mouse to drag around, because sometimes you want to snap like that point, but then you need to select a point underneath an object, so you can hold down Alt middle mouse and then find that point and snap it to that. So that's even weirder, but I'm very glad it's in there because it is great, but it is just like takes a little bit to wrap your head around. But I will continue using it actually. So in face select mode, in edit mode, you can see this is too high up. So I can just, I could try and place it like this, or I could hit B and then go this point to that point. Same here. G, B, this point to that point. Yeah, it's pretty useful. I mean, it doesn't have to be this exact. I mean, this is just stuff that's outside of the frame, but anyways. All right, and I'll move this out. So I do need to create a little bit of space here because the camera needs to sit here, obviously. So there needs to be a bit of space there. But if I move inside, you should see some flickering. Yay for flickering. The flickering is because obviously the cube comes with 6 faces, but we've already got 2 planes right here. And we don't really need those planes. We could actually map a marble texture to the cube, but then you have to deal with UV unwrapping and all that stuff. I find it's actually easier sometimes to just work with planes and use that instead. So instead, with the cube here, I'm just going to remove the 2 faces that I don't need. So the back face and then this bottom face. So selecting those 2 and then hit X, which is another way to delete, and not vertices, that's what we've been doing currently. Instead, hit faces. So it's just deleting those faces. So now you should see you have, it's kind of like an open box. 4 sides, and then the back and the bottom are open. And now what I need is an opening on the left-hand side to be that window. So to do that, I'm going to cut into it so that I get a little bit of gap here on the left-hand side to be like the gap between the wall and the window, and then another gap here between the bottom of the countertop, and So I'm going to inset, and for that tool it's I. So I for inset, and it's now kind of like it's shrinking that face into itself. And you're just like choosing its scale essentially. I'll hold down Shift to get a more precise movement, and about there. That's pretty good. And now I just delete that face. So again, X and then faces. Awesome. So we should now see this, which in rendered view mode, should hopefully look okay. Yeah, not bad. Now this window frame here, it really is just acting like the control for the light is an opening on the left-hand side to be that window. So to do that, I'm going to cut into it so that I get a little bit of gap here on the left-hand side to be like the gap between the wall and the window, and then another gap here between the bottom of the countertop, and So I'm going to inset, and for that tool it's I. So I for inset, and it's now kind of like it's shrinking that face into itself, and you're just like choosing its scale essentially. I'll hold down Shift to get a more precise movement, and about there. That's pretty good. And now I just delete that face. So again, X and then faces. Awesome. So we should now see this, which in rendered view mode, should hopefully look okay. Yeah, not bad. Now this window frame here, it really is just acting like the control for the light. So if I want, I can much more precisely place this. Like I don't want that much light coming in, creating all that light on this side of the wall there. I can also say maybe I need more space here so that I've got a little bit of darkness so I could put some things in the background without them falling into light. And then this bottom face here, this bottom edge, this is going to control where the light starts in the scene, right? So if it's like all the way down here, then it's, anyways, you get the idea. Just sort of shaping the light. Awesome. And now with the camera selected, I'll just move this down a little bit, angle it up. There we go. Awesome. I mean, you can also just do this in fly mode, shift, tilde key, but I like hitting the R tool and then just selecting the axes, and I can just tilt the camera exactly where I want it. Awesome. So, much better. We've controlled the skylight, so the skylight is now longer coming in. But we have uncontrolled lighting in the sense that this wall here, that's over here, that is supposed to represent the rest of the kitchen, is hitting and receiving all of that sunlight, and it's just filling in all of this space on the right-hand side. And that's not good because we want shadow. Shadow is actually a good thing. It helps reveal form. A lot of new artists, they get scared of shadow. They try and fill everything in and light everything. You do want shadow. Shadow is a good thing. So all this uncontrolled space is not good. So essentially we need to do just like what you would do in the real world, and that's to create a, like what a photographer would do. They make like a black fill card, right? And that's just to essentially stop bounce lighting from hitting the subject. So it's a good excuse to learn about a new feature. So with the cube selected, if I go to the materials and then hit new, we're going to keep the white material for everything else, right? White walls. But then I can add another material right underneath this one by hitting the plus button, then adding another material, and I'll call this one black wall. And actually we'll change the shader from principled to a much simpler diffuse. It's just easier for cycles to calculate than a full principled one. And then this, I'll just change the color to be really dark, almost black. All right, and now in edit mode, I'm going to go face select, and I'm going to select that one wall that I want to have the black wall material to. And then here I select it from the material list, black wall, and then hit assign. And importantly, you won't see the assign select, these buttons. They'll only appear when you're in edit mode. So if you don't see it, it's because you're not in edit mode. So in edit mode, select the face, then you'll see it and hit assign. And now look at that, we have much more control. And in fact, because this light, this sunlight is hitting this wall and it's currently dark, this color here now becomes almost like the control for how much fill light I want on the right-hand side of the donuts. So the brighter it goes, the more fill light I get. Just a very simple way to control that lighting a bit better. Awesome, that's looking pretty good. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust the sun intensity. So there's a separate measurement here just for intensity. Now you could drop the intensity of the whole sky texture as well, but when you do that, it also drops the sky texture, right? And so I found it was for a while when the feature came out, it was very hard to control. But I realized if you keep the strength at 1, but then you reduce the sun intensity, you could for example, reduce the sun intensity by a lot and then increase your exposure. And then it's the sunlight is there, but it's a lot softer, right? It's not so overbearing. But essentially what I want to do, I'm going to set this sun intensity to 0.5, so it's half of its brightness, but the sky texture has full brightness, so it's just a little less hot, essentially. Awesome. Now, 2 things I will show you before we close this tutorial, which can be useful to know. One is how to import a model, okay? Because although as a beginner, it's good to understand modeling tools and know how to build things, when you start building scenes, it's very common, professional artists in studios, to just make use of model libraries, because there is so much you need to model and basically fill in to create a realistic, believable scene. It's just too much for one artist to do. So it's very common to make use of model libraries. So what I want you to do is click the link in the description and you will find this model, the wood utensils, which we're going to put in the background, is a free model. And it's available in multiple softwares. The one we're looking for is the Blender file. So hit download on that. And then just like before, unzip the file that you receive. And inside it, you should see a bunch of textures and then one .blend file. Then we're going to go to File. You would think import, but actually this is for external file extensions, like not blend files. If you want to import a blend file, it's actually the append option. Okay, so now we select that .blend file, double click it, and now we're actually reading the blend file. We're reading the information inside that blend file, and it's saying, what do you want to import? Do you want to import just a single object from that blend file? Do you want to import a texture or a material perhaps? But in a lot of cases, if it's just a blend file that contains like one model, it's often going to be in a collection, a single collection. So go into collection and then just click the one that's there and then hit append. And now, even though there is multiple objects as part of this, it's just brought in all of them and it's put it into a collection already, utensils jar 001. So now I'm just going to move this into the back of my scene and that's it. So that's how to import data from one blend file into another. It's going a little slow for me. I'm going to move that. There we go. So I just want it, somewhere in the background like that. The other thing I want to show you how to do is how to install an add-on. Because although you might think that's kind of like an advanced user thing, you will very quickly realize that a lot of workflows rely on add-ons. So add-ons are very powerful and there's a lot of them out there. And it's not actually clear how to install add-ons to beginners. So I thought I would include that. So obviously we're going to use the Polygon add-on. I mentioned this earlier. It just lets you like download and import objects with one click. And there's a bunch of free models in here as well, so you can actually get started with those and do some interesting things. Click the link in the description. This will take you to the download page, and you're just looking to download that. Great, so you can see it's downloaded a single zip file. And importantly, you do not want to unzip that zip file. And the reason is that Blender installs add-ons from the zip file that is unextracted. So to install an add-on, you go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, and then at the top click on Install, then locate where you downloaded the zip file, just that there, and then you just hit Install. And now if it's correct, if it's like found and located an add-on inside that zip file, it should then automatically take you to the name of that add-on in the search, so you just have it there. And then to enable it, you just do a single click to check it, and it's now enabled. Now obviously every add-on will have a different way of accessing it, but commonly they are in the sidebar, which is exactly where the Polygon one is. So you'll see the tab here. They might actually be changing the sidebar at some point in the future, but for now this is, anyway, how it is. So then just go login via browser. It's going to take you to the website. It'll say login confirmed. Return back to the add-on and you can type in free and you can see a whole bunch of different assets there. So actually one that I will import, if I go to my models section and then go to vegetation, there's a bunch of different plants here. There's like 4 free ones I believe, so you can use one of those. I'm going to be using a paid one, just this spider one I thought looked quite nice. But yeah, you can access one of these free ones if you want to. And there we go. Awesome. So this is our render. We are nearing the finish line. I can feel it. We're getting close. So join me in the next part. We're going to dive into the composition and then animation and then the final render. We are on the home stretch. Well done for sticking with the series. It's a lot of work, a lot to retain, but well done for sticking with it. Now, a couple of things before we jump into compositing, the fun compositing stuff. I noticed a couple of things that I could tweak to the lighting just to improve it. And it's important we do it now because what we're going to do next relies on the lighting being correct. So the first is I noticed that the light rotation, it would be a little bit better if I rotated it so it's almost like a 90-degree, like completely side on to the donuts. So that's a pretty simple change. The other one I noticed is that I'm getting this like kind of ugly bounce light coming off this, both the plate and the table. So to fix that, I can just move, right, go into edit mode, edge select mode, select the edge of this window. And then if I just drag it, you'll see that the light just disappears off the front there. And now I have controlled the light. Now, the other thing, speaking of control, I noticed looking at this wall, like I was trying to tweak it and just try to improve it, but this is like a huge source of light, right? And so if you look on our donut, it's not very controlled, right? I could either, if I want to fill in this space, I could increase the brightness of that wall, but you can see it throws light just everywhere, and I don't really have any control over it. So, change my mind. Let's not use that as a fill source. Let's just drop the value to 0, so there is now no light coming off of that wall. It is a black void. Which is actually pretty, I mean, that's like a photographer holding up a black fill card next to a face. And instead, excuse me. Okay, quick break there. Had to get a drink of water. Instead, I'm going to add in a lamp, okay? So I'm going to shift right mouse click so that I drop it on the ground here in front, to the side. And then I'm going to go Shift A, and I'm going to add in not a point lamp, not a sun, but an area lamp. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It looks like a plane, right? Flat, square thing, and it casts it in the direction of that arrow. So I want to rotate it along the y-axis, just holding down Control, and in the top left you can see we get a 90-degree angle, so that's what I'm looking for. And then the size of this, I want to drop the size in the setting there. Okay, so I just can go really small actually. And now, if I pull in close with rendered view mode, we should see a lot more control over where that fill light goes. All right, so I can pull it in nice and close, right? Now that's obviously way too bright, so I'll just now dial that back like so. And I can now pull it forward so that I get the fill light exactly where I want. But that's 3D, right? You try out an idea, you're like, okay, that could work, and then you look at it and you're like, maybe not. I'll try a different one. But yeah, so I'm just going to give it a bit of a yellowy tint, and that's better. Awesome. Okay, so now we can do some compositing. But first of all, what is it? Well, the compositor is a way to add effects to the final render. So that could be everything from a simple color grade to like really stylized renders. So in our case, we're going to use it to add glare to better emulate a camera. That's really the purpose for this tutorial. So at the top of your screen, click on the compositor tab. So this will arrange your screen again, disorient you for a moment. But yeah, wouldn't you believe it? It's another node screen. So click Use Nodes at the top there. For whatever reason, they always appear off your screen, at least in my case, maybe it appears on yours. But if you middle mouse up or just scroll down, you should be able to see it. Or you can just hit the home key as well, and that'll bring it into focus. So it's actually pretty similar to like geometry nodes in that on the left-hand side, this is your original, like what you started with, your original render. And then on the right-hand side, it's going to be your final output, like that's what's going to be saved to an image. And then in between here, you can put whatever it is you want. You could put a color grade. You could do some post-processing glare and shine and things like that. But before we can see anything, because normally you would see your results here, we can't for two reasons. The first is we haven't done a render, okay? It's not enough to just look in like rendered view mode here, right? This is just like a temporary view whilst we're moving around. We have to do a proper render by hitting F12. But if we did one right now, we'd be waiting a while because the maximum samples is 4,000, which is it's probably pretty good for like film animation production quality, but it's overkill, and especially for this, like we're just doing some test renders. So let's set it to 100 samples, and that'll do it way faster. So now let's hit F12 on that. There we go. So that came through for me, 7 seconds. Again, I got 4 3090s. It'll probably be a little slower if you're on a laptop, but yeah, just, be patient. It'll come through. Now go to the compositing tab, and we still can't see it because we need to add a viewer node and connect it to this. And you can do that just by holding down Control, Shift, and then left-clicking on your render layer. And now we have a viewer node, and in the background we have our render. So some people find it like a little weird to have the render in the background. You can move it around just by holding down Alt and then middle mouse button, and then middle mouse button will move your nodes around. So Alt, middle mouse button for the background, and then middle mouse for the nodes. Anyways, as a very quick example, let's do a simple color adjustment. So adjustment, color balance, right? Drop this in here. Now, if you just dropped it into your viewer node, then this would be just what is going to be shown in the background here, but it wouldn't be saved in your render until it went through your composite node. But for just this quick effect, it's good enough. So this is a graders know exactly what this is, but it's for on the left-hand side your blacks, right? Your midtones is in the middle, and the right-hand side is your highlights. So if I wanted to make, I don't know, like a cooler midtone, and then like a warmer highlight, right? And then, I don't know, something for the blacks, like make it more green. I don't know, just make something horrible. You could do it here. You could make simple color adjustments. You could do it there. And your original render hasn't changed. This is just a post-processing step. But actually, on the note of making things look more contrasted and punchy, I wouldn't actually bother with the color balance node. We used to, but now Blender has some pretty good color management. So I'm going to hit Control X on that to just remove it, but retain its connection. And then if you go down in your render settings to color management, there is a look drop down here. So if you set this to high contrast, that's exactly the same as like what we were doing there, like trying to like increase the highlights or reduce the midtones. It's a very common thing to try and make something look punchier. And these looks will do that, but do it really well. A lot of people make the assumption that this is like, you shouldn't use these, or it's gonna like mess with the colors in some way. And like other applications, true. A lot of like art apps, they just, you use one of their contrast settings and it just starts like clipping the highlights and things. But this was designed by Troy Sobotka, who understands color science and color management. So it's a proper S-curve. You won't have any clipping going on. So I use this all the time. Usually the one I go for is a medium high contrast look, and it just makes a really nice looking result. By the way, just a quick mention, in 4.0, this version of Blender, we switched the view transform to AGX, which creates more realistic looking images, because previously it was on Filmic and it looked like this. And you can see the difference is AGX it just looks more real. But the reason for that is that Filmic was, and actually the same with Aces right now, the film, like the one, the Academy, all the people in VFX use and everything, it's got this same problem. But when you've got color, the more exposed a color is, it should actually start to desaturate. But what Aces and what Filmic was doing is that it was making that color more and more saturated. So that's why these bright colors here, I just start.
All right.
Starting to get ugly, right? But AGX fixes that, and it starts to behave more like film, where it desaturates those colors as it exposes for it. So very cool, and I'm glad they've got that. While I'm here as well, I'm just going to increase the exposure a bit. It's going to blow it out a little. Anyway, we'll fix it a bit with the lighting later. But anyways, okay, back to the compositor. So one thing that I often use a compositor for is for what you see in the real world, which is glare, right? If you've got a shiny metallic object, a bumper or something like that, you want to have that starburst, right, coming off it, because that's what you see in the real world. You see it both with your eyes, like if you squint at something in the distance, you'll see like, like this kind of like starburst around like a street light at night. That's actually because of the eyelashes on your eye. But on a camera, it's for a different reason. It's because of the optical elements. It's kind of like refracting around itself, and it's creating this starburst look. I don't understand it fully, but I know that it's an artifact which has artistic use as well. So we are going to add it. It is a little fiddly, I'll be honest. Like other software, they just have a button and it just like adds the bloom and the glare and stuff. We have to do this for now. So Shift A. We probably could if more people donated to Blender, right? We could have stuff like this. But anyways, so not to guilt you all. Filter, glare. Okay, and that was Shift A, by the way. Same hotkey works everywhere. And drop this in. Okay, so we've got little starbursts. We've only got 4, which is not ideal. We want as many as we can get, really. So drag it up to 16. That's better. Now, there's 2 values here you really want to change. The first is the threshold. That'll decide how much of the image is affected. Like, as I drag this up in value, It means only the really bright stuff is going to be affected. If you dragged it really low, then like everything is going to give off a starburst, and it's not going to be what you want. And the other one is the mix value. So if you drag it all the way to 1, then it's going to be just the effect by itself. If you drag it all the way to -1, it's going to be the original render. So if you wanted a nice blend between it, you could go like a -0.9 or something, and then you've got the starburst over the top of the original render. But if you want to blend this with something else, I find it best to actually drag the mix all the way to 1 so that we're just looking at the effect by itself. I can then also, let me just quickly adjust the threshold so that I'm only getting it in the really bright places. Yeah, that's good. And then I can blend it with another effect that I want. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-D, and that's going to duplicate it, but it's going to keep it connected to my render layer here. And then this one, I'm going to make the fog glow. Because, looking at reference, it's not just the starburst, but it's also got a like a glare, like this glow, blurry glow coming off it. So the fog glow is that look, right? It's just that. And let's increase the size, I think. And let's set the quality to high. Do we need high quality? Yeah, I think it looks better. All right. All right, so first, to blend this all together with the render layer, what we want to do is, just like you would do in Photoshop, if you would use a blend mode, you would set the blend to screen or add. We can do that by blending with Shift-A, color, mix color. Okay, so this, we're going to drag in both of our glare effects. And then instead of mix, we're going to set it to add. So that will just basically ignore the black values, and it will just take the white values and combine them on the top of each other. All right. Now, the way Blender works, unlike Photoshop, where it's like top to bottom, in this case, it's bottom input up. So this factor value will define how bright the bottom input is. Okay. It's a little weird, I guess, in that respect, but so this is the strength of that bottom input. Yeah, so when you're blending something and you want to control it, you just put it into the bottom input. So the streaks, it's way too heavy. So I just want to go to like a 0.2 or something like that. Really, really subtle, even lower, goodness. It's really heavy, this streak. I don't know why it is so bright, but I never want it as bright as it is. Okay, and now to blend it with the original render for my final trick, I duplicate that, drop it in here, and put this into the bottom input, and I'll connect this to my viewer, and then let's set this to a 1. By the way, so the composite, maybe I explained it? Anyway, the composite is going to be what's saved into your render. The viewer is just going to be what is displayed in your background here. So if you don't have something connected into the composite, it's not going to be saved when you do the render. Okay, but that's pretty good. So that's how we've got a very quick glare effect over everything. It's a little heavy. I might just drop it back a bit. Because we want it to be just enough that you can see it, but not crazy. By the way, if you want to zoom in your backdrop, you can hit V, will shrink the size of it, and Alt-V will zoom in. They really need a better one. I agree. I agree with that. It definitely could be better. I think you can control it like that. Okay, so if you hit your viewer node, you've got these little, okay, you can do it like that as well. But yeah, V and Alt-V, it's like a keyboard shortcut from the old days of Blender. And anyways, all right, dial it back. I don't want to go too heavy. Like the thing with post-processing, when you're doing stuff in the compositor, is you can you just get distracted. You just get like hypnotized by the effect. And it's so common to have a render that a beginner has done that's actually pretty solid, but then they have just really hammed up the post-processing effect. So don't do that. Don't get overly obsessed with it, because it's almost certainly overkill. You just need to dial it back to like less than you're comfortable with, and then it's probably right. Because whilst you're adding it, you get really excited. Anyways, that's what I found myself. The other thing I'll show you is if we just bring up this bottom window. I don't know why Dope Sheet is the selected one. It makes no sense for the compositing layout. But if you click the little drop down in the top left, change it to 3D viewport. And now, in rendered mode, click the little drop down next to it, and you should see at the bottom, you've got options for compositor. So let's click always. And what you'll see is that the compositing effects, what's happening up here, is now being composed live over the top of your viewport. And this is a very new feature. I think it's actually 4.0 is when it was officially added in. But it's huge because it means you can do and preview your effects whilst you're looking around your scene. So you could like look at this, like, hey, I can see the exact amount of that glare that's coming off it. You could do, you can do crazy stuff in the compositing, and it'll show through. Like as an example, there's a new Kawahara filter that looks like this kind of like painterly style, and you can you can preview it like live in the 3D view. It's like I feel like I'm looking at a painting right now, right? It's really crazy that you can do this real time. So I'm really glad it's finally in there because it's been talked about for like a year, I think was when it was first previewed. So it's really cool that it's finally in here. So one thing I will use it for actually is to check that the threshold that I've set for the fog and the streaks is actually correct. So I'm going to look through let's go to the streaks. I think streaks is it's a bit slow, but anyways, let's pull in here. And let's just take a look. I might have to add in a little bit. Okay, there we go. I have to add in a little bit of the original render so that I can actually see. But I just want to make sure that it's mostly coming through on the metallic objects. So I might actually try increasing. So you can see as it's like all the way at 0, you're just getting everything is going to get star beams. But then as I increase it slowly, it starts to disappear. And then the only thing that's really getting it is those metallic objects. And that's generally the look that I want to go for. So so I went for a much higher amount threshold for that. Anyways, you could have a different amount for the glow, but I think it's generally one and the same effect, so I think they should have the same threshold. So I'm actually going to just mouse over this and hit Control-C, and then mouse over this and hit Control-V. So that's how you can copy values. Let me just preview that. Yeah, the fog glow looks pretty good. Oh, it's on high. That's why it's going to be a little bit slow. If you set it to medium, I think it'd be a little bit more interactive. But anyways, the GPU compositing, I'll say, is very new. As I mentioned, it's this release. And it actually, for 4.0, the actual final render, like when you hit render and it creates the 2D image, it's actually still going to be using the CPU. Apparently in 4.1, maybe 4.2, it will change. It'll be fully GPU at that point. But until then, you will have like slightly longer render times just because of the compositor. Because the compositor has been famously slow in Blender for years. It's only just now that it's being improved. So we're not really going to do a lot with the compositor. Like, I really generally think you don't want to go overkill. You can just add too many like bells and whistles to the compositor. But really, like, if you want to do like drastic changes, you should try to do it in the scene, unless you're doing something crazy like Spider-Verse, in which case it's all stylized, right? But try to do it in the scene because, I don't know, I feel like it can be more of like a crutch. You tend to like lean towards like, I'll fix it in the compositor, I'll improve it in the compositor, and it doesn't. One thing you might want to add is underneath, where is it, transform, lens distortion. Okay, if you add in this node, this can replicate an effect that is actually in all cameras as well, and that's lens distortion, all right? So you can see, it actually makes more sense to actually see it on the 2D image. So I'll put that in the background there. But basically where the edges of a shot, it's like if you take a photo with your iPhone on like it's most visible on like wider lenses, but the straight vertical things start to look bent. And it's barrel distortion, and there's no way to get around it unless you use a pinhole camera. It's kind of an interesting thing, but it's all because of the optics of the lens that bends the objects like that. So anyways, it is in all objects. It does, though, because it's like a post effect, it does kind of blow. So it's like manipulating those pixels. So it means those pixels aren't going to be as sharp. So I generally don't like it for that reason. But if you wanted to, you could add this. Just keep it really low, like a 0.1 amount with fit, so that it doesn't get that TV screen look on the edges. And then the other thing you could add is a little bit of chromatic aberration. I'll show you just, this is what that does. So you can see, this is with it turned up a lot. You can see the edges of the objects, right? It has this kind of, the red and the cyan and the red and the yellow, it like towards the edges of it, it gets this, this kind of separation of the colors. And that is, again, a naturally occurring thing that happens with cameras because of the optics. And the cheaper the optics, the cheaper the lens, the more likely it's to happen. But it is there. I try not to use it because it can be very overused and very and it just makes it look cheap. Like, hey, this person just discovered there's the chromatic aberration. But if you are going to use it, go really low, because actually this, you have to think of the story of the shot, and someone has framed this shot beautifully, got beautiful sunlight, right? This is a professional. Professional has taken this photograph of the donuts on the counter. They're not going to be using a cheap lens. So although there might be some chromatic aberration, it'll be very, very minimal. But if you want that, you know what, I'll keep it in. Yeah, why not? We'll keep it in. But yeah, that's basically what I'm going to do for this. So this is my final node setup. If you'd like to copy it, have at it. The final thing I'll mention as well is if you want to disable your compositor, like say you're doing some renders and you just want to see it without the post-processing effects on top of it, rather than having to come in here and then reconnect and disconnect a bunch of nodes. Instead, if you just go to your, the output property settings, way at the bottom, you've got. It's time to learn about animation, or more specifically, keyframe animation, because character animation with its rigs and bones and things is its own entire separate beast we're not going to get into. We're just going to do a very simple camera move. Specifically, we want the camera to start above the donuts and then fall down to reveal the final plate at the end, right? It's an excuse to learn about keyframing. Well, the basics of animation is really simple. If you go to the bottom of your screen, if you're in layout at the top, we can drag up on this divider here, and you can see we've got a timeline, which if I click and drag across, is currently doing nothing because there is no animation. So if we pull out, right? I'm just going to do a really simple animation to show you don't have to follow this because this is a different animation than what we're going to do. Animation is really simple. You select the object that you want to apply a keyframe to, and then you hit I. I for insert keyframe, and you get this scary looking menu. Apparently they're going to change this eventually, but for now you would place a keyframe on what it is you're planning to animate. So in this case it's the location, right? So I want to move the camera location, then I change my frame count to be the frame I want it to end at, then I move the object how I want it to move right there, and then I add another keyframe I, and then say location. And now as I play it back, which I can do by hitting spacebar, you can see that the camera is moving. Haha. Ah, look at us, right? A very simple camera move. Now, I don't actually want that though, so I'm going to delete those keyframes. And what we want is, we want what I showed you at the start. We want our camera to start up here, right? Rotated, pointing down this way. And then we want it to move in an arc in this direction. Terrible arrow, pointed this way, right? Now you could do this, you could move the camera up there, you could then re-rotate it to point it down, and then do a keyframe for the location, the rotation, and then do another one over here, but it would be very difficult to control that movement. And really this is a rather simple movement if we have a pivot object. If we have something here, and then we parent that camera to that object, and then we just rotate that object, it's a lot easier. So what we need to add is, first of all, I want to think, what do I want to be the center of it? What do I want to be, where do I want that pivot object? So I think, I'm
gonna get another drink.
B-sides are a lot of fun. Oh, well, that's exciting. Aha! Aha, aha. I'm not even gonna look at this one. I'm just. My wife is not understanding why. Why? In one single week, all graphic designers and illustrators just lost their job to AI.
Jesus. Jeez, dude. Jesus Christ.
roughly in the middle of these donuts. So right here, I'm going to hold down Shift and then right click, and that's going to put my 3D cursor right where I've put it. And now to add an object, Shift A, and I'm looking for empty. So an empty, I mean, if you're familiar with other creative tools, you probably already know, but it's just something, it's similar to a null object in After Effects, etc. It's just something that's going to be in the 3D viewport that won't be rendered, okay? A number of options here, it doesn't matter which one you choose. You can go plain axes, and then if you went to the options here, the data, you could change the display here to what we saw before. But this is just like a different display object, right? Depending on what you're looking for. I think the sphere is actually the most useful. It's way too big currently, so I'm going to change the size to be something about that. And there we go. Okay, so now what we need to do is we want to parent our camera to this new empty object. So select the camera first, then shift select that new empty that we've just created, and then I'm going to hit Control P, and then set parent object keep transform, just like what we did with the icing and the donut. So now you should see, if you select that empty, and as I rotate it around, the camera will rotate with it. And if you look through the camera with numpad 0, and then just double tap R, you can see that I can trackball rotate around it. And you can see this is like way more flexible for what we want. We want the camera to be focused on one point, and then we just want to move the camera around that point. And you can do some really nice, fast camera moves here if you wanted to do something snazzy. In our case, we're going to do a nice, simple, slow movement. So first of all, this angle, this look that we've got right here, is where we want the final reveal to be. So this is where I want the end point, the end keyframe of my animation to be. So you can make your animation as long as you want. I think about 160 frames is about right for this sort of the speed of this animation. So on frame 160 there, you can see it's also mentioned there, I'm going to, with my empty selected, not my camera, I'm going to hit I, and then not select location like I did before, but rotation, because we're going to be just rotating that pivot point, not changing its position. So rotation. Then I'm going to go to the first frame, which I could do by clicking and dragging, or shift left arrow will jump you to the first frame, or you can click these little, I don't know what you call that button, jump to end point. You can do that as well. And now that I'm here, I'm going to rotate this along not the tilt axis, which it is by default, but the X axis. Aha, right. So now you can see we are doing that exact move we want. And in the top left-hand corner, you can see the exact number of degrees. And I'm going to go with exactly minus 90. So if you hold down Control, you can see it's snapping to minus 90. And then I'm going to click. Okay, now before I change my frame, if I was to change the frame, you can see it's just snapped me back to where I were. So always remember, you have to create a keyframe if you've changed its movement without saving it or without putting in a new keyframe. So back up to here, minus 90, and I'm going to hit I and then say rotation. Okay, and now we should see, if we hit spacebar to play, a very, very simple animation. Okay, now, we can tweak this though, we can improve this, because you can see that for one, it's a little awkward that the camera starts in a completely stationary stop position, then it ramps up, and then it slows down towards the end. It's a little bit of a weird camera move. What I want instead is I want it to start, I already want it to be moving, right? Like almost like it's from another shot that's kind of faded into this one. I want it to start moving and then to much more slowly fade it out than it is currently, because you can see it just kind of like drops down here and then the camera just stops and it's a little too sudden. And while you could change the keyframes here, like you can do some very simple handle type changes, this view, this layout view is not the best place to do this. So instead, if you go to the animation tab at the top there, you can see it's rearranged all your screens. This over here is just another 3D view. Over here is the camera view. But at the bottom here, you can see we've changed from the timeline, which is what we had before, and it's changed to a dope sheet. So a dope sheet is just going to show you more information about the keyframes. So for example, you can see that the X rotation has a dot over here and a dot over here, but the Y and the Z has a different look. It's got a continuous line across it. And that's to show you that this actually hasn't changed.
the Y and the Z has no information that's changed from the start to the end. So we don't actually need these keyframes. So I only need the X rotation. So I'm going to select the Y and the Z, and I'm just going to delete them just by hitting the delete key. So we've now just got one channel that the animation is happening on. Right, but we can't really change it. We can't make it so that this starts faster and then this slows down from this view. Instead, we need to change to a different view. So in the top left-hand corner, click this, and we're going to change the window type to be graph editor. Okay, so the graph editor looks like this. So I'm going to use middle mouse to pan around here. And you can see we've now got a line, right, with some handles on it, which is a lot easier to understand, but it's hard to get it all in the view. So you could hit the home key, and that will automatically reorient everything to position it in the view. Or if you hold down Control and middle mouse button, this enables you to just moving around, just dragging around, Control middle mouse button will change the axes zoom as well as the Y, right, up and down like that, which is just a really handy way to quickly orient yourself around. So Control middle mouse to change this, and then you can middle mouse to pan to a different area. Okay, so again, making sure I'm looking at the X rotation there, right? And if we look, you should see the problem that we have, right? We have the start of the animation. It's a very slow curve that's going up. It picks up speed in the middle, and then it ends here. And the end is a little abrupt considering the amount of movement that it has. So really, we want this line instead to look a little bit closer to this line. Right? Or even, I mean, that was kind of a bad line. Pull it rather like that. Okay, that's the kind of look that we want. So with our starting keyframe here, I'm going to use the same hotkey that you use everywhere, and that's R, to just get that angle to look a lot closer to what I want. Don't go too far up. If you go like vertical, you'll see that the start is like so abrupt. It's almost like it's like skipping down or something. So I don't want it to be that far. I'm going to rotate a little bit out like that. So there's a little bit of a harsh movement, but not too harsh, if you know what I mean. There we go, something like that. And then for this end bit, you can see it ends rather suddenly. Maybe you disagree, but I found when I looked at the animation, it was rather sudden. So this final endpoint here, I'm going to scale it out by hitting S. So again, same hotkeys work all across Blender, which is very nice. Awesome. So now, if I play it back, you should see it moves rather fast at the beginning and then slowly tapers out towards the end to a nice soft landing, which is really cool. And that's pretty well,
That is cool.
yeah, that's a pretty good animation. Now we could stop here, but the other thing we could do to get a little bit more motion in it is we could have the camera start closer to the donuts and then pull out as it goes further away. I hate that this keeps interrupting. I'm going to hide that. Okay, there we go. Select my pivot. There we go. So essentially we could have it so that it starts, like the camera starts right about here, and then it pulls out, and then as it pulls out, it goes a little bit further away and like ends back here. So have a think about how you would do that. How would you have the camera start closer to the pivot point, right? Now you might think, well, okay, we could animate the camera pulling in closer, but that would be overly complicated. We can just use the same pivot point, but we can scale it. Because you can see if I hit S, look at that, the camera goes closer, and if I pull it out, you can see the camera moves further away. So what I want to do is I want to go to the final endpoint here, the frame 160, which, by the way, you can jump to an existing keyframe just by using the up and down arrows. So if I go up, you can see it's that keyframe, or down, it takes me to the front. So I want to go here, and I want to create a keyframe just for the scale information. So here, because this is the end view that I want, so I'm going to hit I and then say not rotation, but scale. So now I'm going to go to the front of the animation and I'm going to scale it in to get a nice close-up of the donuts right there. And then I'm going to add another keyframe, I, and then scale. So you should now see in your graph editor, that's what it's called, you should see your rotation information and then your scale information. Now you'll know that the scale is like where is the scale information? It's here, but it's so small, like the amount of variance here, it's so small that it's just not readable. And the reason for that is that it's trying to combine two different data types into one view, right? Because rotation is happening on you can see here, it's I just wrote over the top of it. It's 0 degrees, and then down here you've got minus 90. So this is a minus 90, right? But then up here we've got scale that's happening between a 0 range and a 1 range, which is right next to it, okay? So 1, you could just hide your rotation, or you can click on normalize. And normalize will put everything between a 0 to 1 range. But just know that when you're in this range, if you try to move a keyframe to be a different value, like you took your scale and then you moved it down, when you confirm it, it'll snap back to where it was. And that's because with normalize on, it'll always put everything between 0 to 1. So don't do it if you're planning to change a value of something, normalize, but otherwise it's okay to use for changing the handles, like in this case. But I'm going to hide my rotation anyway, because it's just going to get in the way. And instead, you can see that X, Y, and Z all have information in them because, of course, we're not scaling it on any particular axes. It's across all 3 axes at once because it's like it's the uniform value of scale. So again, I could do the same thing here. I could rotate this. I don't want there to be too much of a difference. Like, it's actually pretty good by default. Like, the scale isn't as noticeable that it slowly ramps up. And it's good to have like a kind of a softer movement as it pulls away. But I do want to change it a little bit. I'm going to select these final endpoints. I'll scale that out a little bit as well, just so that it's a little softer as it scales out. And that is pretty good, folks. Now you'll note as I play through this that in the top left-hand corner of the screen you've got FPS, which stands for frames per second. If you play video games, you're already well familiar with that term. And you can see as we play through it, it can't really make up its mind. It's like 24, no, 25, 26, 20, 24. I think it's just a readout glitch in Blender. It's actually a constant 24 frames per second by default. But for whatever reason, it's kind of like fluctuating between them. Anyway, point is you can change that amount by going to your output settings over here, and then underneath format, you've got frame rate. Now, for whatever reason, Blender chose 24 frames per second, which is really only used for feature film. Everyone else, for like TV or YouTube, it's 30 frames per second. You can also go 60 frames per second if you wanted to really pay for longer render times, because it means things you have to render like twice as many frames, but it means things are buttery smooth. You won't actually see it right now because I'm recording this tutorial at 30 frames per second. Anyways, really, the options that most people choose are 24 for cinema and feature films, 30 if you're a normal person and you're making things for internet or YouTube or anything, and then 60 if it's for like 3D content or something that has to be really, really smooth. Anyways, we're going to set it to 30 because that is the more standard frame rate for most things. I know people like to argue, but yes, 30 is, in my opinion, a much more reasonable frame rate for most things. And the final thing you'll note as we play through this is that it gets to frame 160 and then it just kind of pauses for a bit until it gets to frame 250 and then it loops back. And that is because the end frame is set to 250. So if we set this to 160 instead, which is what our animation ends at, you can see it will now play through and it'll get to the end and then it will loop back to the start. And also if you want to like reset this view in your timeline, you can hit the home key and that'll like expand it out a little bit, and there you go. So that is basically our final animation. You can tweak it, you can make it look a little bit more polished than what I have here, because when I'm recording a tutorial I can only do so much before people get bored, but that's pretty good. It's not bad. So we are nearing the end. Go ahead, click here to join me in what might be the final part, where we're going to do rendering and forming that final animation. So click there and I will see you there.
$270 lux. So that's very good news. Very good news.
A much more reasonable frame rate for most things. And the final thing you'll note as we play through this is that it gets to frame 160 and then it just kind of pauses for a bit until it gets to frame 250 and then it loops back. And that is because the end frame is set to 250. So if we set this to 160 instead, which is what our animation ends at, you can see it will now play through and it'll get to the end and then it will loop back to the start. And also if you want to like reset this view in your timeline, you can hit the home key and that'll like expand it out a little bit, and there you go. So that is basically our final animation. You can tweak it, you can make it look a little bit more polished than what I have here, because when I'm recording a tutorial I can only do so much before people get bored, but that's pretty good. It's not bad. So we are near.
Alright, with that, let's get back to Final Fantasy. What's up, Electrons? It's Wilshocker with more Final Fantasy XIV. Heaven's Ward! Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're at Heaven's Ward. Let's say how are you to this person. This is so cool. I cannot believe it. We're at Heaven's Ward, baby. It is a whole new game. While I understand Count Edmund's intentions, I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring that the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it far more likely that he will make a mess of things. Tell him that I would like him to watch for Dravanian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it's his responsibility to keep Emmanuel from shirking his duty. I have so much to do now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I say, are you not the ward of House Four Tenths I've heard so much about? Perfect, I have a need for an adventurer of such repute. You see, Camp Cloudtop is a post for those who have, let's say, served beyond their usefulness. We do what we can to make the best of it, but I know the others are disheartened, that they take no pride in their duties. Though this place has robbed them of their vigor, they are yet proud men of House Halliard, and I refuse to let their spirits sour and their blades grow dull. How to do this has become my foremost concern. And then it dawned on me, we must improve the quality of the food. Think about it, what morale can you expect of a troop denied a hearty breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Surely better meals would go a long way in rekindling their spirits. But Falibrid, our camp's quartermaster, would never hear of it, at least not from me. But if he were to hear it from you, an adventurer with your background, he would have to at least take it into consideration. I beg you, please speak some sense into him for the camp. Da 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 da. I am just so happy to be on Heaven's Ward quests now. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to be done with the Realm Reborn. I don't like a Realm Reborn. I must say, is it me or is the air here a bit, Huh? A request from Lynette? Why didn't she think to ask me in person? Surely she must see me standing here but a few yawns away. Oh, never mind. What is it? Mission? Yes, of course. That is why I'm here. I shall do as my lady asks. Well, that was easy. Ah, Master Shocker, I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honorite, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Emmeline. Lady Lynette would have me accompany Lord Emmeline on his mission. I understand completely. I will do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. I'm not really following what's going on here at all. Were he of another house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least more so than others. Or mayhap you are more skilled at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. Now that Emmeline is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as our struggles with the Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After the exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our peoples for half a year until suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes towards us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on supplies flow in from Ishgard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Muriel. She could use your assistance. Do 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 do. Master Shocker, I presume? Lady Lynette told me you were coming. I hear tell you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol and you're sure to cross paths with them eventually. These birdmen are native to the floating isles. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ixal, unless that Ixal's mother was a Gygus. Here, let me mark several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in these areas, kill or drive them away. Where do I get to fly? I want, this. Ether Compass. You sense a hostile presence. Ooh, they're the Vanu. Do 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 It's been years since I've played this. This is so cool. Hey, we're live right now. Check this out. Every minute you watch on my stream, you earn 1 volt, and you can trade 100 volts for the prizes in that picture. Be sure to check out the stream, twitch.tv/Wilshocker and youtube.com/@Wilshocker. Come and earn some volts and hang out with me.
Howdy, folks.
Hey, we're live right now. Check this. Every minute you watch on my stream, you earn 1 volt, and you can trade 100 volts for the prizes in that picture. Be sure to check out the stream, twitch.tv/Wilshocker and youtube.com/@Wilshocker. Come and earn some volts and hang out with me. Cool. Alright, cool. Now that I've done my little self-plug, let's get back to it. Okay, yep. Earn volts. Trade them in for prizes. That's gonna be the gimmick. That's gonna be the big idea. You could watch other streams, but you wouldn't get anything for it. Finished with your patrol. Anything to report? I saw some Vanus. Some Vanus. Maybe it was too much to hope for a day without a skirmish. At least I could take solace in the fact that Helon has blessed us with a mighty ally. Money. Excepting your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful, to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted Protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs, so even were the Holy See to come under Dravanian attack, we would be unable to fly to their aid. Simply put, this is where ambition comes to die. If you have aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. However, I would like to think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'll indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their fighting spirit. Psych them up, you might say. Do 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 do. Is it an attack? What should we do? What should we do? Aw. He seems bored out of his mind. You had me fooled there for a moment, old boy. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am for the monotony of mere sentry duty. Yet still you tempt me with the promise of excitement. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. Lady Linnaid will give me a grand mission as befits my station. Ah, there you go. That's the spirit. Oh, Honorite's gone too. There we go. Moving on up in the world. Do 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 ba boo ba boo. Alright, I will be right back for a minute here. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a break for food. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to like and subscribe and hit me up on the next part. Okay, I'm gonna watch my other screen here.
Went down towards the bottom side, didn't die there, but didn't really get anything there. Even now, only just in range to get that level 6 off the minions dying underneath the tower. Impale going down onto Linces, he's going to dash forward. Niski goes onto Jun. That's not really the target that you want. Niski will get a stun, and Isma is locked up, but Isma very tanky right now. And in the end, much ado about nothing in the river, as nothing major was burnt.
Yeah, Isma is kind of at that point where he can just walk in and not really be afraid of dying, so he can just try to take as much deep vision as he wants, try to take more space in Vitality's jungle, try to create some kind of deep vision setup with the dwarves, or just put pressure on Linces, making sure he can't farm his camps in peace. Here, Lot looking for a trade onto Naknako, but Naknako, despite being down gold and despite dying earlier, is doing really well in this matchup.
Yeah, he's having a really good time in terms of CS at least. As you say, winning out on this sequence of trades. It's always a little bit difficult when you're watching as a spectator, because we were watching the bot side action. Maybe it was just one bad trade from Lot that gave Naknako disadvantage. Maybe it was someone being up here for a little while. Giant X playing around the bot side with Jun and Jackie's, but you can see Isma actually working his way up towards Naknako. Doesn't have that Impale, is spotted on a ward. Lynx is waiting around the corner, Narm into the wall. Naknako should be able to walk his way away.
And very ambitious by Isma to go for that. I don't really see how that ever works out. I think he was probably better off doing his camps and then setting up bot side for the Drake. But in the end, Linces stayed around and also wasted his time, so it's a neutral kind of win for both of the teams. But in this matchup, what happens is that when the Gnar is about to go Mega, when he has like 50% towards his Mega, then it's really hard for Jax to jump onto him, because while they're fighting, he's going to turn into Mega, knock him back, hit him with a boulder, and then smack him down. So the best time for Jax to fight with Gnar is when he just lost his Mega, or when he has very low Gnar bar, because that's when he's actually stronger. Because in the mini form, Gnar is really weak when Jax gets onto him, but in the Mega, he can kind of hold his own.
That makes sense. A lot with the gap closing abilities of that leap strike as well means that he can stick on top of Naknako, but right now just collecting the wave underneath this tower. Naknako with those mites to help him out. TP invested by Jackie's towards the Mountain Drake. It's only the second dragon of the game, and it looks like neither team really wants to force it straight away. Niski is caught out a bit here, knocked back with the seismic shove into the knockup. He's going to pop the Unbreakable Will, and that's a big ultimate to have down, and he's still getting chased out. Does have the flash, won't burn it yet. Jun's still looking for the chase, but nice knockback onto Kati from Jackie's. In the end, it's just Niski's ultimate burn, but it really means that Vitality are unlikely to be able to play around this dragon.
Yeah, crucial Niski. If you look at the minimap here, he was walking in here while he was walking in the spot while his whole team was in here way too early, and that ends up means he gets chunked.
Got caught out. Giant caught out as well with the quickness. Will have to dash away, but that's the Emperor's Divide down as well. A little bit greedy from Vitality to step forward into that tri-bush when, I mean, Niski's on the top side, you're not contesting the dragon anyway.
Yeah, and here we see a little bit of the disconnect between Linces and Niski. Linces was doing his camp, doing his gromp, and meanwhile Niski felt, I need to take this bush because dragon is spawning. And they were not on the same page, and it just means Niski's getting chunked, and then they lose complete control of the area.
That they do. Giant X rightfully punish them for losing that control. So far, it's about 1,000 gold lead for Giant X. One Drake apiece. A bit of a feat of warfare for GX as well, but no one has got those upgraded booties as of yet.
Yeah, and look at now, everyone in GX is opening into the top side of Vitality, and meanwhile they are sending their Gnar bot, looking to hit this tower in peace. So here Tali is going to take over the top side, and they're going to try to make something happen here. Lot actually staying back. Shaik will get out of it, but this means now Lot has no TP, Jax has no TP, and Nars is going to hit the bot tower for free. So they really need to get something here, otherwise that was just a net negative play by GX.
Makes sense. Lot burnt his flash as well to try and make that play happen. Shaik was quick on the trigger to be able to get away. There's Naknako hitting the tower with those mites coming in as well. Giant X investing for the Rift Herald. Vitality could challenge this. Shai can come in from the top side, does have that Emperor's Divide. Linces jumps onto Jun, the follow-up from Niski as well, but Isma over the wall. It's a double impale angle, can't quite land it. Unbreakable Will coming out from Niski to get out of the Scorpion Stinger. And in the end, it's just those ultimates burnt.
Lot is here again.
Yeah,
he's
stayed
dropping
around.
so much bot waves here. Look, now Nako is moving up, and the Herald is so healthy. If Linsas doesn't die here, that means that Vitality is actually going to be able to contest this.
Right, Lindsas flashes away, Niski dies for it. As you say, they're still pushing towards
look at
that
bot
tier
tower.
2. Nako is getting a lot out of this. He was 600 gold behind, and now basically even between those two top laners. Nako is still, that tower's at a 3rd HP already. Probably not going to be able to take it in its entirety because Lot has finally arrived. That is a massive push from the Vitality top.
Yeah, I think Niski dying there is no problem at all. I think in general, it's Vitality, you're really happy with this. This dance was so long by GX, and they invested so much into the top side, and they try to get so much here, but in the end, they only get 1 kill and the Herald. And I think Lot dropped at least 3 waves for that.
Yeah, and Vitality take the gold lead. So you can see they're about 200 gold ahead. Kazi and Noah matching up in the mid lane. A bit of a flank happening from Linsus and Niski. That's what we talked about. We wanted to see more, was Linsus and Niski on the same page together. We've seen both sides of it kind of oscillating between good and bad.
Definitely. We've seen it when it works, and we've seen it when it definitely doesn't work.
Yeah.
When Niski decides to create some space, he's created a lot of space, but I think in general, you can be quite happy because you see that he's always trying to do things. You don't see him really be passive and docile in this game. He's always... Okay, this is one thing I don't like when supports do. This is a pet peeve of mine. When supports show on mid-wave.
Yeah, showing on wave, man.
Yeah.
It really annoys me.
Because every second a support is in fog of war, that breeds extra pressure onto the side laners. And every time he's showing, it's so easy for a top laner or mid laner to just walk up and get that wave.
And yeah, Noah there was just like, okay, cool, I can just push up this wave easily.
What's up, Electrons? It's time for some more Final Fantasy 14. Making it all the way to the end. It'll take a while, but it'll be worth it. Remember, if you're watching the live stream, you get 1 volt for every minute you watch the live stream. And you can trade it in for rewards, like playing against me in Smash Brothers, or playing against me in Pokemon. Made to order. Welcome back. I take it by your empty hands their meals have been delivered. It's worth it to see their smiling faces. I won't deny I've had second thoughts about staying, what with the thinner air here in the sea of clouds and all. But have you tried their cooking? No one should have to suffer such unsavory fare, and they won't so long as I'm here. So she cooks the better food for the people. That's cool. I'm gonna take a critical hit. Direct hit. This one. Do 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 do. What? What is it? Is it the Horde? By the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake, worry not, after the shock you just gave me. I thought I'll sleep for a fortnight. Hey, you know it. Mounting while running, that'll be useful. You're looking rather grim. Why so serious? The Vanu were no real threat, and the Dravanians couldn't give a fig about us. Psych yourself up, man! You gotta fight the power! My gods, where did that come from? If you insist, I'll make an effort to be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We're hundreds of miles away from the front lines, which is just the way I like it, thank you very much. Hey, you know how it is. You gotta stay positive. Da 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 da. Many thanks, Master Shocker. Already I can see a change in our sentry's behavior. Beg your pardon, Lord Mullane said what? I have no doubt that Lady Lemaine will do her utmost to oblige him. Money! Yeah, money. Da, da, da. Lord Mullane is going to demand a more dangerous duty than I expect. Lady Lynette will want you to accompany him. You might as well speak with her sooner rather than later. There's no use in avoiding the inevitable. Master Shocker, Lord Emmeline has just informed me that mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany. Well, there's nothing for it but to give him something more demanding then. Could I count on you to keep him safe? Excellent. We're in constant need of fresh water in Camp Cloud Drop, as there are no underground sources we can tap with wells. However, there is a unique variety of crystal we have recently discovered which may enable us to obtain water through other means. These spring crystals can be found in Vor Sian Siran to the east of here. I would have you and Emmeline bring one back to us. You may have to contend with the feral beasts which populate the lakes. Let me reduce my light here. Not to mention Vanu scouts ranging from their nearby settlement. But you have doubtless grown accustomed to that by now. Good luck and be safe. What's going on here? Lady Lynette told you to tell me about my mission once again? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is it? Finally, it's about time she entrusted me with a mission of real import. Right then, let's go. Is this guy stupid? This guy's stupid, isn't he? It's gotta be. It's cute, don't get me wrong, it's kind of funny. But, gosh, I gotta go all the way up here. Dang. When do I get these ether cards?